All right, all ready to go for balance bike racing. 4-year-old balance bikes, 1 5-year-old in there as well. May Curlette, Sawyer Grindal, Sawyer Weidrich, Gannon Fricky, Elena Irwin make up your 4 and 5-year-old balance bikes. All of ours 5 and over balance bikes, 4-year-old balance bikes combined into one, racing hard all the way down towards that Shields finish line. Looks like our 1 and 2-year-old balance bikes are ready to go. Daxter, Finley, Rye, Curlette, Lake, and Swanson, they're off and riding. One little strider down, get them checked out, make sure they're okay. Got some friends to stop and check on them as well. All right, 1 and 2-year-old balance bikes. One of them's going to make their way towards the line. A little help from moms out there. All right, here comes the 853. That's going to be Finley, followed by the 858, Curlette. Lakin went down. Hopefully she'll be all right and go back and get ready for round number 2. She'll take that 3 spot. Got our 4-year-old balance bike class, Irwin, Curlette, Weidrich, Fricky. Round number 2 balance bikes ready to kick off. They're off and running. 4-year-old balance bikes, 3 wide, getting ready to come towards that Shields finish line. Looks like the 52. 152. Fricky's going to grab your 1. The rest of those riders going to come across the line. Get ready for our 1 and 2-year-old balance bikes. Daxter, Finley, Rye, Curlette, Lake, and Swanson. Let's see if Lakin's back for round number 2. All right, 1 and 2-year-old balance bikes coming down the line. Looks like the 858 bike. Rye Curlette's going to grab your 1. Lakin up after that fall in round number 1. We'll make some noise for her. She's going to come across, grab that 2 spot. Looks like we had another little strider go down. Get them back up. Maybe not feeling it right now. It's a little warm out there, we get it. Oh, we call that a ghost ride when I was a kid. Looks like that was 853 Daxter. He'll go back, get ready for round number 3. It's all right, a little warm today. Everybody's a little on edge. 4-year-old balance bikes coming back towards the line. Looks like Weidrich, followed by the 152. Fricky's going to grab your 2 spot. They're all going to cross that Shields finish line. Last round of balance bikes are out there. Gonna make their way back towards the line. Looks like Daxter's gonna get some help from Josie down there. That's all right. Lakin and the 858 bike. Rye battling for that one spot. Lakin's gonna come get the 858. Rye's gonna grab your 2. Here comes Daxter. He's gonna pick up your 3. Let's make some noise. That's the 51 bike. Liam Tim, he's going to get up, cross that finish line, walk off with Mr. Alba there, go see Dad, make sure he gets okay, gets ready for that second round again. All right, 6-year-old novice is about to hit the gate. Barrett Kipp, Beau Curlette, Collins Lorenz, race and total points. Eight-year-old novices loading into the gate. Blake Farmer, Ace Easley, Odin Redmond, Levi Haig. One of these riders moving on to our main event. Oh, we got one rider getting loose over that first double there. Come back to the line. Looks like Curlette, Lorenz, 1-2. And the 577 at Kip's going to grab that 3 spot. All Grand Forks crew and that 6-year-old novice. 8-year-old novice is on the track. Looks like Redmond followed by Haig. 1 and 2. Easley in that 3. Blake Farmer's in that 4 spot. One of these riders moving on to our main event. 9-year-old novice is in the gate. Aiden Vick, Clarissa Munter, Reed Stratton, Corbin Irwin, Evan Thurston. 2 of these riders going to move straight to the main event today. Come back to the line. Redmond's going to grab your 1 transfer in that 8-year-old novice group. Munter out to the early lead, 9-year-old novice. 2 of these riders moving on to our main event. Battle's going to be on for that 2 spot. Looks like Irwin's trying to mount the charges that make their way through that rhythm section. He'll take over that 2 spot. 11-year-old novice is in the gate. Benmont Irwin, Bentley Hermanson, Life Pushaw. Come back to line. Looks like Munter's going to get your 1 transfer out of moto number 13 along with Irwin on your 2 spot. He'll transfer out as well. 11-year-old novice is on the track. Irwin, Hermanson, Bushaw. Looks like Hermanson's out to that early lead. Irwin's in that 2 spot. Bushaw's in that 3 spot. Race and total points. Moto number 15's in the gate. 17, 20-year-old novices. Desmond Ryder, Dylan Borchert, Nick Maroulis, Chase Moreland. Come back to line. Herman's going to grab your 1. Irwin your 2. Bushaw your 3 spot. Looks like Borchert's out to that early lead in your 17-20 novice group. Nick Maroulis in the 2, Moreland in the 3. Desmond's in that 4 spot. .36 40-year-old novice in the group. Schmidt, Easley, Carnahan. Borchert going to grab your 1 transfer out of that 17, 20-year-old novice group. 36 40-year-old novice is on the track. Carnahan, Schmidt, Easley. 1, 2, 3 is how they run as they make their way to turn number 2. Racing total points. 6-year-old intermediates in the gate. Dahlia Schwab, Corbin Schwab, Liam Bina, Jonathan Belgard, Bauer Carnahan, Maddox Easley, Paxton Schmidt. nearly a full rack, 6-year-old intermediate group. Come back to line, Carnahan, Schmidt. Easily 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to finish up. Battles on for that 1, 2, and 3 spot between Bellegarde, Schwab, Bina. Bellegarde fading back a little bit to that 2 spot. Schwab, Bina's making his way to the 2. Paxton Schmidt carrying some speed into that rhythm section. We'll see how that shakes out as they go through turn number 3 and into the mid-coat turn. 3 of these riders moving on to our main event. 7-year-old intermediates in the gate. Braun, Miller, LeBlanc, Lingang, Dvorak. Battles on. 3 riders looking for a transfer spot. Coming back, looks like Schwab, followed by Bina. Battles on for that last spot. It's going to be the 138 bike. Maddox easily is going to get your 3rd and final transfer out of the 1st round. 7-year-old intermediates on the track. Looks like the state 1 bike. Ben Lingang. Bronze in that 2. Battles on for the nice low move. He's going to go from 3rd to 1st there in turn number 2. They're all going to battle as they make their way through that rhythm section into turn 3. 8-year-old intermediates in the gate. Nash Bushaw, Jaron Fricke, Mila Beaudry, Hadley Wiedrick. Coming back to the line, 7-year-old intermediates. 2 riders going to move on. Looks like it's going to be your state 1 and your 28. That's going to be Lingang, Dvorak moving on to the main event. 8-year-old intermediates on the track. Bushaw, Fricke, Beaudry, Wiedrick. Beaudry taking over that 1 spot in your 8-year-old intermediate. 1 of these riders going to move on to the main event. 10-year-old intermediates in the gate. Belkwich, Maroulis, Braun, Wagle, Mills, Corinta. Mila Beaudry going to come back and get your 1st transfer. Race is on. 2 transfers in your 10-year-old intermediate group. Looks like Maroulis followed by Wagle and Braun battling side by side for that 2nd spot. They're going to make their way through the rhythm section. Good racing side by side as they make their way through turn 3 and into turn number 4. 11-year-old intermediate in the gate. Gage Hansen, Ben Whitney, Aaliyah Thompson, Ostos. Maroulis followed by Braun will get your 2 transfers out of your 10-year-old intermediate group. Looks like the 16 bike in your 11 intermediate group. Whitney's out to that early lead. Followed by Gage Hansen in that 2 spot. Aaliyah Thompson in that 3 spot. 12-year-old intermediate in the gate. Logan Bronader, Emma Mills, Ashlyn Mellon, Sawyer Grindall, Anthony Phillips, Kinley Wiedrick. Come back to line. Looks like the 16. That's going to be Whitney, followed by Hansen and Thompson. 1, 2, 3. Got a little bit of a stack up there. And turn number 1, we'll get that rider checked on. Make sure she's okay. I believe that's Mills that's down in turn number 1. Three-way battle. Looks like the 9 and the 54. Kinley Wiedrick. Phillips, I believe, are going to get your 2 transfers. Looks like our rider's up in turn number 1. make sure they're okay, get them checked on. Let's make some noise for that rider. They're going to finish their lap off. I believe that's a 17. Emma Mills going to finish her lap, going down in turn 1. Just a big stack up there with all the riders. Just not enough room. 14-year-old intermediates in the gate. Caden Belkwich, Wesley Grimm, Damian Vick. Battles on for that one spot. 2 riders. Belkowitz trying to reel in your leader. 17, 20-year-old intermediates in the gate. Cian Granger, Alito Abro, Tyler Braun, Anthony Blake. Come back to line. Looks like the state 1 followed by the 39 bike. It's going to be Vic followed by Belkowitz. Grimm, 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to finish. Tyler Braun out to that early lead. Battles on for that 2 spot between Blake and another rider. Tyler's going to hold on to the lead through that rhythm section. 12-year-old girls expert in the gate. Lily Vanier, McKenna Hunstead, Anna Weigel. Coming back to line, 1 transfer out of your 17-20 is going to go to Braun. He's going to get the 1 transfer. Gate drops on the girls groups. 12-year-old girls expert on the track. Looks like Hunstead's out to that early lead. Weigel's in that 2. Vanyo's in that 3 spot. Gold Cup 1 plate out front, making their way through turn 2 into that rhythm section. 15-16 girls expert. 6 riders: Audrey Wolf, Alexis Lentz, Kira Knife, Augustina Heeb, Lily Wiedrick, Madison Vick. Come back to the line. Looks like it's going to be your Gold Cup champion. Hunstead's going to grab your 1, followed by Weigel on that 2, Vanyo on that 3 spot. Gate drops, 15-16 girls expert. Wolf, Lentz, Knife, Heeb, Wiedrick, Vick. Audrey getting a little squirrely going through turn 1. Almost loses the back end, but keeps it under her. She's going to take over that 1 stop. Looks like Wiedrick's in that 2, making a move. She's going to take over the 2. Knife battling for that 3 spot. 2 of these riders moving on to the main event. 17, 20-year-old women expert, motor number 27 in the gate. Kaylee Blake, Heather Lentz, Marley Kurtz. Come back to line. 2 transfers are going to go to Wolf on the 2 bike, followed by the 7 bike. And that's going to be Vic. Wolf, Vic moving on to the main event. 17, 20-year-old women expert on the track. Kaylee Blake, Heather Lentz, Marley Kurtz. Kurtz out to that early lead. Looks like Blake's in the 2. Lentz is in that 3 spot. 8-year-old experts in the gate. Chevy Spurley, Corbin Lorenz, Mason Schwab, Caleb Tim, Hudson Schmidt. Back to the line. Kurtz is going to grab your 1, followed by Blake on your 2, Lentz on your 3 spot. 8-year-old experts on the track. Spurley, Lorenz, Schwab, Tim, Schmidt. Looks like Schwab's out to the early lead. Lorenz is in that 2. Schmidt's in that 3 spot. 2 of these riders moving on to the main event. 10-year-old experts in the gate. Nearly a full rack of these riders. Skylar Fail, Briar Schessler, Renner Ketterling, Jacob Lingane, Kelvin Fetzer, Doug Price, and Graham Burke. Come back to the line. Battles on. Schwab, I believe, is going to get it over Lorenz. Going to grab 1 and 2, your 2 transfers out of your 8-year-old expert group. Great race back to the line. Schmidt's going to grab your 3. Burke out to the early lead in your 10-year-old expert group. Looks like Doug Price is in that 2 spot. I believe Briar Schessler's in that 3 spot. All 3 of those riders, if they make it back, going to go to the main event. Taking 3 out of your 10-year-old expert group. 12-year-old experts in the gate. Sebastian Meissner, Garrett Weidrich, Cameron Bellegarde, Cannon Quellahorse, Dalton Schuland. Back to line, Burke, followed by Price. And the 23 bike's going to get that last transfer. That's Fetzer, 1, 2, 3 out of your 10-year-old expert group. 12-year-old experts on the track, Meissner, Weidrich, Bellegarde, Quellahorse, Schuland. Looks like the 9 bike. Meissner, Bellegarde, 1, 2 is how they're running. Cannon Quellahorse taking over that 3 spot as they make their way through the rhythm section. 2 of these riders moving on to the main event. 13-year-old experts in the gate, full rack, 13-year-old experts, Trey Thompson's Michael Whiff, George Richard, Lincoln Hunstead, Ryder Alba, Jet Beaudry, Elliott Weidrich, Case and Fincher. Come back to the line, looks like Bellegarde and the 9 bike. Meissner going to get your 2 transfers out of your 12-year-old expert group. 8 riders, 13 experts, Thompson, Whiff, Richard, Hunstead, Alba, Beaudry, Weidrich, Fincher. I believe Weidrich's in the 1, Alba in the 2. Not sure who's in that 3 spot, but 3 of these riders moving on to the main event. 14-year-old experts in the gate, Shizano, Ketterling, Braun. Three riders moving on to the main event. Looks like the 14, 4, and 9. It's going to be Weidrich, Alba, Hunstead, 1, 2, 3. All 3 riders moving on to the main event. 14 experts on the track, Shizano, Braun, Ketterling. Dive into turn number 1. It's got to be Shizano doing it for Black Widow BMX out on the Neg 20 bike, airing it out into turn 2. Braun in your 2 spot, Ketterling in your 3 spot. 15-year-old experts in the gate, Conley, Bates, Weidrich. That's motor number 33 about to drop. Come back to line, Shizano followed by Braun, 1, 2, Ketterling, 3. Battles on for that 1 spot between Conley. I believe that's Weidrich. Conley, Weidrich side by side through the rhythm section. Bates is on that 3 spot in your 15-year-old expert group. 16-year-old experts about to hit the track. Rylan Burke, Shaheem Martinez, Riley Ketterling, Nolan Mills. Come back to line, Conley, followed by the 8 bike. Weidrich, Bates on that 3. 16-year-old experts on the track, Burke. I believe that's the 43, and Martinez, 1 and 2. One of these riders moving on to the main event. 17, 20-year-old experts in the gate, Josh Wentz, Spencer Hunstead, Evan Elbro, Nick LeBlanc, Mason Kurtz. Come back to the line. Looks like Burke's going to air it out. Take that 1 transfer out of your 16-year-old expert group. Seventeen, 20-year-old experts on the track. LeBlanc out to that early lead, followed by the Dakota Series 3, Josh Wentz. Make their way through the rhythm section. Mason Kurtz on the move a little bit. 2 of these riders moving on to the main event. See how they come back to the line. 26, 35-year-old experts. Last moto, first round. Tanner Enlow, Mike Meyer, Gus Richard. Coming back to the line. Looks like LeBlanc's going to get your 1 transfer in Dakota Series 3. That's going to be Josh Wentz going to get your 2nd transfer. Last moto, first rounds on the track. Richard followed by Enlow, Meyer in that 3 spot. race in total points. We'll see how this one ends up as they make their way through that rhythm section. Tanner Enlow back racing after a couple of years off. Make their way through turn number 4, side by side between Enlow and Richard on the last straightaway. Giving each other plenty of room. Looks like Enlow is going to grab your 1, Richard's going to grab your 2, Meyer's going to grab your 3. All right, that'll do it. First round of racing is in the books. Looks like Schwab's out to the early lead. Lorenz in the 2, Dvorak's in that 3 spot. 9-year-old Cruisers in the gate. Walker, Krinta, Graham, Burke, Renner, Ketterling. Coming back to the line, 8-year-old Cruisers. Looks like Schwab's going to hold on to that 1. Lorenz, your 2. Dvorak, your 3. We aren't too worried about the rain. Looks like Remington Braun, you are needed in staging. Remington Braun, you are needed in staging. 9-year-old Cruisers coming back. Looks like Burke, Ketterling, Krinta. Race total points. 10-year-old Cruisers about to hit the track. Fail, Waggle, Price. Racing total points. Not too worried about the rain, just a little bit coming over us. It'll be gone in no time. Track's in good shape, can handle a little bit of water. We're not worried about that. Price out to the early lead, Fail in the 2. Waggles in that 3 spot. 14-year-old Cruisers in the gate. Quellahorse, Ketterling, Gage Hansen. 2 of these riders moving on to your main event. Coming back, Price gonna grab your 1, Fail your 2, Waggle your 3 spot. 16-year-old Cruisers loading into the gate, moto number 8. Ketterling, Burke, Wiedrich, racing total points. Looks like Ketterling, Reed Ketterling's out to that early lead. Quellahorse is in that 2 spot. Hansen's in that 3. 2 of these riders gonna move on to our main event. Come back to the line. Looks like it's going to be Ketterling. Quellahorse are going to get your 2 transfers into the main event. Total points racing, 16-year-old Cruisers on the track. Burke, Ketterling, Wiedrich. 1, 2, 3 is how they run through that rhythm section. 21, 30-year-old Cruisers loading into the gate. Natasha Gathridge, Mike Meyer, Kaylee Blake. 2 of these riders moving on to the main event. Come back to the line. Burke gonna grab your 1. Ketterling your 2. Hansen your 3. Ketterling, Wiedrich your 3. 21, 30-year-old Cruisers on the track. Gathridge, Meyer, Blake. Looks like Mike Meyer's out to that early lead. Blake's in that 2 spot. Natasha's in that 3 spot. 5 and under novices. Ready to go inside the gate. Liam Tim, Case and Curlette, Arden Irwin. (21:30) Cruisers. Looks like Meyer, Blake are getting your 2 transfers out of that group. 5 and under novices are on the track right now. Liam Tim, Case and Curlette, Arden Irwin. I believe the 51 bike is out to that early lead. That's going to be Tim. I believe Curlette's in the 2. Arden Irwin in that 3 spot looking for a way around. 6-year-old novice is in the gate. Barrett Kipp, Bo Curlette, Collins Lorenz. Come back to the line, 5 and under novice riders. Looks like the 752 and the 187 are going to get your 2 transfers out of your 5 and under novices. That's going to be Curlette. Six-year-old novice is on the track. Racing total points, Kip, Curlette, Lorenz. Looks like Curlette's out to the early lead. Battles on for that 2 between Kip and Lorenz. Running 2 and 3. 8-year-old novices in the gate. Farmer, Easley, Haig. 2 of these riders going to move on to our main event. Come back to line. Looks like Curlette, Collins, Lorenz. 1-2. Kip in that 3 spot. Racing total points. 8-year-old novice. On the track, we've got Farmer, Easley, and Haig. 2 of these riders going to move on to our main event. Looks like Easley and Haig are in those 2 spots. Farmer looking for a way around. 9-year-old novice is in the gate. Vic, Stratton, Thurston. 2 of these riders going to move on to our main event. Come back to line. Haig followed by Easley. 1-2 are going to get your 2 transfers out of your 8-year-old novice group. Nine-year-old novice is on the track. Vic, Stratton, Thurston. 2 of these riders going to move on to our main event. Looks like Vic, Thurston are in those 2 transfer spots. 11-year-old novice racing total points. Moto number 14, Erwin Hermanson Bushaw. This weather doesn't sum up our summer so far. I don't know what does. Coming back to the line, looks like the 109 and the 891. That's going to be Thurston and Vic. Going to get your 2 transfers. 11-year-old novice is on the track. Erwin, Hermanson, and Bushaw. Looks like Hermanson's out to the early lead. Erwin's on that 2. Bushaw's on that 3 spot. Moto number 15's in the gate. 17, 20-year-old novices. Desmond Ryder, Nick Barulis, Chase Moreland. Again, 50-50 at about $400 some. Let's get that to 500. So you see Megan and Miranda walking around. Make sure you get those 50-50 tickets. Hermanson, Erwin. Bushaw, 1, 2, 3 is how they finished in that total points race. Looks like Moreland, Nick Maroulis in the 2 transfer spots out of your 17, 20-year-old novice group. Desmond's in that 3. 36, 40-year-old novices in the gate. Nick Schmidt, Tyson Easley, Brooks Carnahan racing total points. Moto number 16. Come back to line. Looks like Moreland, Nick Maroulis going to grab your 2 transfers out of your 17, 20-year-old novice group. Schmidt, Carnahan, Easley battling all for that 1 spot. Carnahan, Schmidt side by side going through turn number 2. Probably one of our dad classes for the day on the track, making their through the rhythm section, hoping to stay upright so then go to work on Monday morning. 6-year-old intermediates in the gate. Schwab, Belgard, Carnahan, Schmidt. 3 of these riders going to move on to the main event. Come back to line. Schmidt, Carnahan, Easley, 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to finish in that 36, 40-year-old novice total points race. 7-year-old intermediates loading into the gate. We got Braun, Miller, LeBlanc. Battles on in your 6-year-old intermediate group. We got Belgard, Schmidt, Schwab, Carnahan, 3 riders going to move on to our main event. Six-year-old intermediates coming back to the line. Looks like 3 of these riders going to move on to the main event. Looks like we got Bellegarde, we got Schmidt, Schwab, looks like we lost 1 rider possibly. Jump back up, already back on his bike. Battles on, let's see if he can catch up, go for that last transfer spot. Braun, Miller, LeBlanc all out on the track, making their way through the rhythm section. Looks like Braun's out to the early lead. The battle's going to be between Miller and LeBlanc for that last transfer. 8-year-old intermediates in the gate. Bushaw, Fricky, Wiedrich. 2 of these riders moving on to the main event. Coming back to line, looks like Braun's going to get your 1 transfer. Second transfer is going to go to LeBlanc. He'll move on out of your 7-year-old intermediate group. Eight-year-old intermediates on the track. Hadley Wiedrich, Jaron Fricky, Nate Bushaw, all battling. 2 of these riders moving on to our main event. 10-year-old intermediates in the gate, Jasper Belkowicz, Camden Wega, Gloria Mills, Walker Corinta. Come back to line, looks like the State 2 and the 14 bike. That's going to be Bushaw and Wiedrich moving on to the main event out of your 8-year-old intermediate group, Moto 19. Moto 20 is on the track, 10-year-old intermediate, Belkowicz, Wago, Mills, Corinta. 3 of these riders moving on to the main event. Looks like Belkowicz followed by Wago and Corinta, 1, 2, 3. Mills looking for a way around one of those riders to move on. Moto 21's in the gate, 11-year-old intermediate, Gage Hansen, Ben Whitney, Leah Thompson, Ostos. Coming back to line, 3 transfer going to be Belkowicz, Corinta, Waggle, 1, 2, 3. Eleven-year-old intermediates on the track, Hansen, Whitney, Thompson. Looks like the 16 bike of Whitney's in the 1, Hansen in the 2, Thompson's in that 3 spot. 12-year-old intermediate loaded into the gate, Logan Brownnotter, Emma Mills, Ashton Mellon, Sawyer Grindall. 12-year-old intermediate's about to hit the track. Come back to the track, or come back to the line. Looks like the 16 bike of Whitney's going to grab your 1, followed by the 66 of Hansen, Thompson on that 3 spot. 12-year-old intermediates on the track, Brownnotter, Mills, Mellon, Grindall. 3 of these riders moving on to our main event. 14-year-old intermediate, moto number 23 in the gate, Belkowicz, Grimm, Vick, racing total points. Come back to the finish line. Looks like the 97 followed by the 17 and the 86. Brownnotter, Mills, Grindall all going to move on out of your 12-year-old intermediate group. Fourteen-year-old intermediates on the track. Belkowicz in your 1 spot. Grimm and Vick are back there with him. 17, 20-year-old intermediates about to hit the track. Granger, Albro, Blake. Belkowicz going to grab your 1 this round, followed by the State 1 and the 22. It's going to be Vick and Grimm. 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to finish. 17, 20-year-old intermediates. Granger and Blake both going to move on. Alita Albro nursing a arm injury, it looks like. She's just going to wait for them at the finish line, go across. If you're in Moto 32 and 33, you should already be in staging. They're waiting for you. Motos 32 and 33. If you're not there, you should be. This is your warning to get over there. Move on to our girls club, 12-year-old. Looks like Hunstead and Gold Cup champion going to come back, get that one spot. Waggle's going to grab the 2. Vanya's going to grab the 3. 15-16 girls expert in the gate. Alexis Lentz, Kira Knife. Hebe and Wiedrick. 3 of these riders moving on to our main event. Looks like Wiedrick's out to the early lead. Knife's in the 2. Hebe's in that 3. Come back to the line. Looks like Wiedrick, Knife, 1 and 2. And Hebe's going to grab that 3 spot. Probably saying that last name wrong. I apologize. 17, 20-year-old women expert on the track. Moto number 27, Blake Lentz Kurtz. Looks like Kurtz is out to the early lead. Blake's in that 2. Heather Lentz is in that 3 spot. 8-year-old experts in the gate. 3 riders, 2 of them looking for a shot at that main event. Chevy Spurley, Caleb Tim, Hudson Schmidt. Come back to line. Looks like Kurtz, Blake, Lentz, 1, 2, 3 is how that one's going to finish up. 8-year-old experts on the track. Looks like one rider getting a little loose down in turn 1, but Schmidt's out to that early lead. The battle's on for that second transfer spot. They're going to be side by side going into turn number 2. 10-year-old experts loaded into the gate. Moto number 29, Skylar Fail, Briar Schessler, Renner Ketterling, Jacob Leengang. Three wide out of turn 4. Let's see how this one shakes out. They're all racing back towards that finish line. Coming back, looks like Schmidt, and I'm not sure who got the last transfer. We'll leave it on up to our scores. Really close race between those riders. 10-year-old experts on the track right now. Battling 2 wide, going through turn 2, heading over to that mid-coat turn number 4. We might even get close to 3 wide coming out of turn 4. Everybody looking for a spot in that main event. Fail, Schessler, Ketterling, Leengang. See how it comes back. We got 3 wide. We got the 28, 36, and I believe the 19 maybe. I could be wrong. We'll let our scorers figure that one out. Good racing here. Everybody pushing, get to that main event. 12-year-old experts on the track. Wiedrick, Quellahorse, Schuland. 2 of these riders moving on. No Quellahorse. He's got the best hair out here. I see him. He's in that 2 spot. 13-year-old experts, moto number 31, just hitting the track. Thompson, Whiff, Richard, Beaudry, Fincher. 4 of these riders moving on. Looks like the 25 and the 10 out of your 12-year-old expert. That's going to be Schuland and Quellahorse moving on. 13-year-old experts on the track. Thompson, Whiff, Richard, Beaudry, and Fincher. Fincher out front, it looks like. Richard's in that 2 spot. Beaudry looking for a way by one of those riders in your 13-year-old experts. 14-year-old experts in the gate, Shazano, Ketterling, Braun. Come back to line, Fincher, Richard, Thompson, and the 11 bike. Whip are going to get your 4 transfers out of your 13-year-old expert group. Shazano out to the early lead, battle for the 2 spot. Looks like the 53 has it. That's Carver Braun. Ketterling looking for a way by. Shazano's going to come back, grab that 1. Braun, your 2. Ketterling, your 3. 50-50, $520 some, I think I was just told. You got 10 minutes left to purchase that ticket. 10 minutes, go over to registration, $520 some. The winners take it home today. Casey Conley out there. Jaden Wiedrick running 1 and 2. 15-year-old experts. 16-year-old experts in the gate. Shaheem Martinez, Riley Ketterling, Nolan Mills. Come back to line, Conley, Wiedrick, 1-2. It's like the 7 bike, followed by, I believe, the 43. That's going to be Ketterling and Martinez, 1 and 2. I believe the 20 bike of Mills looking for a way around through that rhythm section, making a move into turn 3. I think that door got closed before he could get there. Let's see what the last straightaway looks like as they come back to the line. Coming back, it's going to be the 7 bike, I believe, and the 20. I'm going to get your 2 transfers there. It's going to be Ketterling and Mills moving on, it looked like. 17, 20-year-old experts on the track. Kurtz, Hunstead, Albro. Kurtz out to that early lead. Side-by-side battle for that number 2 spot, that last transfer. 26, 35-year-old experts about to hit the track. Tanner Enlow, Mike Meyer, Gus Richard. Kurtz on the 15 bike going to come back, get your 1 transfer, followed by the 63 bike. That's going to be Albro's going to pick up your 2nd transfer in your 17, 20-year-old expert group. Richard out to the early lead. Enlow's in that 2 spot. Myers in that 3 spot in your 26, 35-year-old expert group. Come back to the line. Richard's going to grab your 1 this round, followed by Enlow, your 2. Mike Meyer, 3 spot. That'll do it for round number 2 of racing here at Hugo's Raceway. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back with your main events here in a little bit. All right, main event day 2 is about to kick off. 8-year-old cruisers in the gate. Brant Dvorak, Corbin Lorenz, Mason Schwab. Gate drops, 8-year-old cruisers on the track. Schwab, Lorenz side by side going into turn number 2. Dvorak's in that 3 spot. 9-year-old cruisers, Walker, Corinta, Graham, Burke, Renner, Ketterling in the gate, ready to go. Coming back to the line, battles on for that 1 spot. Schwab's going to get it. Lorenz is going to grab your 2. Dvorak, your 3 spot. 9-year-old cruisers on the track. Burke, Corinta, Ketterling. Looks like Burke followed by Ketterling. Corinta 1, 2, 3 is how they're running. 10-year-old cruisers about to get going. Skylar Fale, Camden Wagle, Doug Price. Come back to line. Looks like Burke's going to hold down that 1 spot. Renner going to grab that 2. Walker's going to take that 3 spot. Price, Fail, Wagle, 1, 2, 3. Price airing it out over that double on the 2nd straight. This one's pretty much decided. Looks like they've taken the gas off. A couple of them, maybe. Maybe not. Coming back to the line, looks like this round 24 is going to get the 1. I might even think he may get the overall 1. Wagle's going to grab your 2. Price going to grab your 3. 14-year-old cruiser on the track. Quella Horse, Ketterling, Shizano. Shizano out to the early lead. Ketterling in the 2. Shizano is in that 3 spot. 16-year-old cruisers in the gate. Ketterling, Burke, Wiedrich. Coming back, Shizano, Ketterling. Quella Horse, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to end up in your 14-year-old cruiser. 16-year-old cruiser on the track. Ketterling, Burke, Wiedrich. I believe Ketterling's out front. Burke's in the 2. Wiedrich's in that 3 spot. 21, 30-year-old cruisers in the gate. Mike Meyer, Josh Wentz, Kaylee Blake, Gus Richard. Coming back to line, looks like the 3 bike, followed by the 5 and the 824. It's going to be Ketterling, Burke, Wiedrich, 1, 2, 3 in your main event. See how those points shake out at the end of this thing. Gus the Bus, Richard out front. Battles on for the 2 spot between Meyer and that Dakota Series 1, Josh Wentz. Blake's in the 4 spot. Five and under novice getting ready for their main event. Schwab, Belkowitz, Curlette, Irwin. Coming back to line, Gus the Bus, Richard, followed by Dakota Series 1. That's going to be Wentz, going to grab your 2. Meyer, your 3. Kaylee Blake, your 4 spot. 5 and under novices on the track. I believe that's the 893 at Jackson Schwab, out 1. Looks like battle for the 1 spot. Battling back and forth for that 1 as they go through that rhythm section. 4 of those 5 and under novice riders, Schwab, Belkowitz, Curlette, Irwin. 6-year-old novices in the gate, ready to go. Barrett Kipp, Bo Curlette, Collins Lorenz. Coming Coming back to line on our 5-year-old novice class. Let's see how this one shakes out. Looks like the 893. Not sure who got the 2. Might have been Irwin, could have been Curlette. We'll get that all to shake out later on once we get that taken care of. Curlette's out to the early lead in your 6-year-old novice class. Looks like Collins, Lorenz, and Kip are battling for that 2 spot as they make their way through turn 2, turn 3 into that mid-coat corner. 8-year-old novices in the gate. Ace Easley, Odin Redmond, Levi Hagg. Come back to line, looks like Curlette, followed by Lorenz, Kip. 1, 2, 3 is how they'll finish. Odin Redmond out to that early lead. Levi Hagg in that 2 spot. Ace is in that 3 spot. 9-year-old novice loading into the gate. Aiden Vick, Clarissa Munter, Corbin Irwin, Evan Thurston. Coming back to line, looks like Odin Redmond's going to pick up the win on that 78 bike. Levi Hagg's going to grab the 2, and the 166 bike going to grab your 3 spot. It's going to go Odin, Levi, Ace. 1, 2, 3 is how they finish. 9-year-old novice on the track. Vic, Munter, Corbin, Irwin, Evan Thurston. Looks like Larissa is on that 1 spot. Vic's on the 2, Urban's on that 3, looking for a way around. He's going to take that 2 spot away from Vic. Thurston's in that 4 spot, looking for a way around. 11-year-old novice about to hit the track. Benmont Irwin, Bentley Hermanson. Leif Beauchamp. Munter followed by Irwin, 1, 2. Vic in that 3 spot. Hermanson out to the early lead. Irwin in that 2 spot. Your 11-year-old novice class. 17, 20-year-old novice in the gate. Dylan Borchert, Nick Maroulis, Chase Moreland. Come back to line. Hermanson's going to grab your 1. Irwin's going to grab your 2 this round. Beauchamp's going to grab your 3. We'll see how those points add up at the end of this thing. Looks like Dylan's out to that early lead. Nick and Chase. Looks like Nick might shut it down a little bit. Chase is going to take over that 2 spot. 36, 40-year-old novice, moto number 16 in the gate. Nick Schmidt, Tyson Easley, Brooks Carnahan. Come back to line. Dylan's going to grab your 1. Moreland's going to grab your 2. Nick Maroulis going to grab your 3 spot. Carnahan out to the early lead. Schmidt's in the 2. Easley's in that 3 spot. And your 36, 40-year-old novice. 6-year-old intermediates in the gate. Dally Schwab, Corbin Schwab, Liam Bean, and Jonathan Belgard, Maddox Easley, Paxton Schmidt. Coming back to line. Brooks Carnahan's going to grab your 1. Schmidt your 2. Easley your 3. Looks like Bina's out to that early lead. Belgard's in the 2. Battles on. Adalia looking for that 3 spot. She's going to take over that 3 spot. Come back. Try to get the 2 as they make their way through that big, long rhythm section. 7-year-old intermediates in the gate. Remington Braun, Bryson LeBlanc, Ben Lane Gang, Brant Dvorak. Coming back to the line. Looks like Bina's going to grab your win today. Bellegarde your 2, Schwab your 3, followed by the 138, 49, and 52. That'll round out your 6-year-old intermediate class. 7-year-old intermediates on the track right now. Pass for the leads going down. See if we can't get back and get that one spot as they make their way through the rhythm section. Braun, LeBlanc, Lingang, Dvorak. I believe that's Lingang, Dvorak battling for that 1 and 2 spot. 8-year-old intermediates about to hit the track. Bushaw, Beaudry, and Wiedrich. Coming back to the line, side by side. Not sure, either the 28 or the state 1. Let our scores decide that one down there. Braun's going to grab your 3. LeBlanc your 4. Beaudry back out to the lead. Battles on between Beaudry, Bushaw, Wiedrich. Going to battle through that rhythm section. 10-year-old intermediate in the gate. Belkwich, Marulis, Braun, Wagle, Corinta. Come back to the line, Beaudry in the state 2. Wiedrich, 3 spot. Marulis out to the early lead. Braun, Belkowicz, Wagle, 1, 2, 3, 4. They'll make their way through that rhythm section. Oh, we lost one rider. Battles on. See how they come across. Going to be Braun with the 1, Belkwich with the 2. Wagle your 3 spot. We got a rider down. We'll check them out, make sure they're okay. Looks like Hunter had some type of mechanical issue down there. Possibly a chain that went off. That's a heartbreaker in turn 4 out in the lead. Never want to see that. Make some noise for Hunter as he comes back. He's going to finish his lap out. Better today than tomorrow, that's for sure. 12. Eleven-year-old intermediates hitting the track. Hanson, Whitney, Thompson. Moto number 21's on the track. Race is on. Hanson, Whitney, Thompson. They're all battling. 1, 2, 3. 12-year-old intermediates about to hit the track. Logan Brown, Nodder, Emma Mills, Sawyer Grindall, Anthony Phillips, Kinley Wiedrich. Looks like the 16 bike. Whitney's going to grab your 1, Hanson your 2, Thompson your 3 spot. Side by side battle in your 12 intermediate group. 2 riders, looks like a little high-low action there. They're going to almost touch bars as they make their way to that rhythm section. They're going to battle the entire distance there. Oh, we lost 1 rider, 2 riders down. We'll get them checked on right away. They took a tough tumble. 1 rider went down, the other one ran into that other one, so we'll get them checked out. Come back to line, looks like the 9 bike followed by the 97-54. It's going to be Wiedrich, followed by Brown, Nodder, Phillips. 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to finish. Looks like we got 1 rider getting up. We'll check on the other rider over there. I believe that's Mills and Grindall that went down. Looks like we got both of our riders up. They're going to finish that lap off. We'll make some noise for them as they come around, get that finish line. Looks like one rider went down. Looks like Emma had nowhere to go. Ran right into Sawyer. They're both finishing up the lap. "14-year-old intermediates hitting the track. Caden Belkwich, Wesley Grimm, Damian Vick. I believe Vick's out to the early lead. Belkwich is in that 2 spot. 17, 20-year-old intermediates in the gate. Steven Granger, Tyler Braun, Anthony Blake. Come back to line. We got a battle for the 1. Looks like the state 1, followed by the 39. It's going to be Damian Vick, Caden Belkwich, Wesley Grimm. 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to cross that round. 17, 20-year-old intermediates on the track. Looks like the 58 bikes out to that early lead. That's Granger, Bronze in the 2. Blake's in that 3 spot. 12-year-old girls expert in the gate. Lily Vanyo, McKenna Hunstead, Anna Wagle. Come back to line, last straightaway. Tyler making a move down the last straight. It's going to get the win over the 58 bike. Really tight racing. That 17, 20-year-old intermediate. Granger's going to grab your 2. Blake's going to grab your 3. Hunstead out to the early lead. Weidrich's in that 2 spot. I'm sorry, Waggle's in that 2 spot. Vanyo's in that 3 spot. 15, 16 girls expert in the gate. Wolf, Knife, Heeb, Weidrich, Vick. Come back to line. Gold Cup champion. Hunstead's going to grab your 1. Waggle your 2. Vanyo your 3 spot. Race is on. 15, 16 girls expert. Wolf out to the early lead coming out of turn 1. Battles on. Looks like Weidrich's in that 2 spot. 3 spots. 7 bike. Madison Vick. That's how they're running. Knife looking for a way around in that rhythm section. 8-year-old experts about to hit the track. Corbin Lorenz, Mason Schwab, Caleb Tim, Hudson Schmidt. Come back to line. Looks like Wolf followed by Weidrich. 7 bike of Vic. 1, 2, 3 is how they're going to cross. Marley Kurtz out to the early lead in your 17, 20-year-old women's experts. Blake and Lentz, 2 and 3 as they make their way through turn number 2 into that rhythm section. Boys Club on deck. 8-year-old experts. Corbin Lorenz, Mason Schwab, Caleb Tim, Hudson Schmidt. Coming back, Blake, followed by Kurtz. Lentz, 1, 2, 3. Schwab out to the early lead. Lorenz in the 2. Schmidt's in that 3 spot. Tim's in that 4 spot. 10-year-old experts in the gate. Skylar Fail, Briar Schessler, Renner Ketterling, Kelvin Fetzer, Doug Price, Graham Burke. Oh, looks like 8-year-old expert Mason Schwab called for impeding on the last straight. Coming to the finish line, Schwab will move back to the back of the line for impeding on the last straight. Twelve experts on the crap. Meissner, Belgard, Quellahorse, Schulin. 13-year-old experts about to hit the track. Thompson, Whiff, Richard, Hunstead, Alba, Weidrich, Fincher come back to the line. The 9 followed by the 37 and the 10. We lost a few riders there. Looks like Meissner, Belgard, Quellahorse 1, 2, 3. Get our track officials, check on our downed rider. Come back to the line. We got a side-by-side battle for that one spot. Let's see who's going to get it. Looks like Alba followed by the 9 and the 13. 9 Bika Hunstead's going to grab your 2. Trey Thompson's going to grab your 3. And take a. Looks like our rider's getting back up. Get them checked on, make sure they're all right. Make some noise for rider. They're going to get back up, finish this lap off. Again, today's awards are a certificate. It is the Race for Life double. Race for Life double, that's put on through USA BMX. That's the event today. Tomorrow the awards are championship rings, so those are pretty cool. You'll be able to race for those tomorrow. Top 3 awards tomorrow, certificates today. Make some noise for a rider after going down. 13 expert. That's the 11 bike. That's Michael Whiff. He's going to make it back to line. Live to race another day. 14-year-old experts on the track. Shazano, Ketterling, Braun. Battles on for the 2 spot. Looks like Shazano's out front. Braun's in the 2. Ketterling trying to find a way by in that 3 spot. 15-year-old expert in the gate. Casey Conley, Brayton, Jaden Weidrich. Hope Brayton's doing okay. Had a little accident in the parking lot. Shazano, Braun, Ketterling, 1, 2, 3s. How they'll come across the line. Weidrich, Conley. Taking a lap side by side to the rhythm section. 16-year-old experts in the gate. Rylan Burke, Riley Ketterling, Nolan Mills. Come back to the line, Conley, followed by the 8 bike. 8 bikes, Jaden Weidrich, 1, 2 is how they'll cross. 3 riders on the track, 16-year-old experts, Burke, Ketterling, Mills. Couldn't tell you what order they're in, but they're going to make their way to the finish line. Coming down the last straight, Burke trying to make a race of it. Looks like it's going to be the 7 bike, followed by the 11. It's going to be Ketterling, Burke, Mills, 1, 2, 3. 17, 20-year-old experts on the track. Kurtz, LeBlanc, Wentz, Albro. All 4 riders. Kurtz out to the early lead. LeBlanc's in the 2 spot. Your 3 spot, you got Josh Wentz. Last moto of the evening. 26, 35-year-old experts, Enlow, Meyer, Richard coming back to the line. Mason with a few style points. He's going to grab your 1. LeBlanc, your 2. Wentz, your 3 spot. Richard out to the early lead. Enlow's in that 2. Mike Myers in that 3. Race is on. Making their way through the rhythm section. See if Enlow can reel in Gus the Bus a little bit. Make it close at the line. Comes Richard and Enlow to the line. Richard's going to grab your 1. Enlow your 2. Mike Meyer your 3. That'll do it for racing today. We appreciate everybody coming out. We've got one more day tomorrow. Looks like the weather's going to cooperate with us all weekend, which is kind of rare these days. Again, really cool awards tomorrow. Make sure you come out. If you haven't registered yet, you might want to do that. Registration is only from 9 to 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can register online tonight, register online early tomorrow morning. Make sure you get that taken care of. The track will be open. Feel free to ride for a little while. We appreciate all of our volunteers joining us, helping us out today. Thank you to all of our track partners for all they do for our facility. We will be back racing tomorrow morning. See you all tomorrow.